those of you coming out of hibernation.
Yes, welcome to the Forte Jazz Lounge.
Welcome.
We are Gracie and Lacey. I'm Gracie. This is my sister Lacey, and this is Joe Clarke, Charleston's King of Swing, and the Forte Jazz Lounge Trio. So let's give it up for the band.
Yeah, we want to say a big thank you to those who are running our live stream tonight, the technical folks behind the scene, and of course Rosie working the bar and doing everything in between. Those of you joining us on live stream, we're so glad to have you and grateful that you can be with us through this wonderful newfangled way of performing. This is our first in-person show since in Charleston since the pandemic began. So we're so thankful to be safely and carefully going into the reopening phase, and grateful to Joe and the club for all they do to keep everyone safe here.
So the Charleston, written by James P. Johnson, has become an iconic song for our beloved city. It appeared in the 1924 Broadway musical, Runnin' Wild. It was all the rage. And later on, many different Charlestons were written. And the one we just sang by James P. Johnson was the most famous of all of the Charlestons. The hot dance craze of the jazz era was really inspired by the Geechee rhythms and the Geechee style of dance, particularly the style of the Jenkins Orphanage Band. Very, very influential of the Charleston itself.
Now, where you are sitting, you are not very far away from the original Jenkins Orphanage. And if you're not familiar with the story, they are a huge reason that the style of jazz that Charleston is known for spread all over the world. Reverend Daniel Jenkins, he was enslaved from birth, and after the Civil War, he was an orphan. So he decided to take all of that pain and channel it into making other people's lives better. So he started the Jenkins Orphanage just right up King Street from where we are today. And they needed a way to raise money. And not being particularly musical himself, he thought, well, we could get some instruments together and some cast-off uniforms from the Citadel and put together a nice band, and that's exactly what they did. And those musicians, those young people traveled all over the world raising money for the orphanage, and coming back to Charleston, people would be dancing in the streets. And I remember a story, somebody said that there were some children that asked their parents, can we go live at the Jenkins Orphanage? Those people have a lot of fun. So I'm sure that there's so many more stories we could tell about the Jenkins Orphanage, but many other players went on to play with some of the most legendary people in jazz that you see on the wall over here.
Yeah, they traveled the world. They performed for the Queen of England. They performed for presidential inaugurations. They performed all over Europe many times. And the 1904 World's Fair, they performed with the Count Basie Orchestra,
Louis Armstrong,
Dizzy Gillespie, and Duke Ellington. Do we have any Duke Ellington fans in the house tonight?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Very good.
So one of the Jenkins Orphanage band members was Cat Anderson. He played a trumpet like you wouldn't believe, and he actually became an integral part of the sound of Duke Ellington and his recordings with his band. And one of the songs that Cat Anderson played with Duke Ellington was It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. And we've Gracie and Lacey-ified it a little.
Yeah.
We want to bring it back tonight. Is that okay? Okay.
All right, let's give it to our bass player.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. It don't mean a thing. All you gotta do is sing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. Ooh, when that king of a rhythm swinging hot, I've got a song I've got to sing whether you are ready or not. It don't mean a crazy thing if it ain't got that crazy swing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. It makes no difference if it's sweet or hot.
sounds fabulous. Well, we're going to move right along to a beautiful song that Gershwin made popular.
That Jenkins Orphanage Band, they went on to play on Broadway in 1927 in a show called Porgy. Well, not long after, George Gershwin, the famous composer, visited Charleston, and he looked around, and the sights and the sounds that he saw inspired him to compose the score for the opera Porgy and Bess. And so I'm going to pay tribute to that beautiful song and that incredible story with Summertime. Back to the stage, and she's going to give you a little bit of background about this next song. Oh, you look nice.
Oh, thank you.
You just make you feel like you're a little overdressed.
Oh, I am?
You
Did
are.
I do it wrong?
You're a little overdressed. I feel like now I have to go and add a few more sequins.
Oh, okay.
I'll go do that.
All right. Well, I have to tell you a story. When we first moved to Charleston 6 years ago, we were invited to a singing soiree on the peninsula downtown. And it was our first time at such a singing soiree. And we had a wonderful, wonderful experience there. There were a lot of people with songbooks, and we would sing music ranging from the 1500s to the 1970s. And the leader of this shindig is our friend Bubber Cockrell, who I believe is here tonight. Bubber, will you wave at us? So we have such a good time, and it's been a while since we've been to one of these parties. But Bubber will sit at the piano and play all night, and his famous line that he always says is, "Name your poison." And then we all begin to fight over which tune we shall select from the songbook. One of the tunes that we are bound to sing at these parties is a Fudd Livingston song called "I'm Through through with love. And Fudd Livingston, as you may know, was born right here in Charleston and became a very famous songwriter and wrote for some very famous people in Hollywood and beyond. And we're gonna sing one of those tunes tonight. We're gonna pretend we're gathered around the piano at Bubber's and sing I'm Through with Love. I'm through with love. I'll never fall again. Said I do to love. Don't ever call again. For I must have you. No one. And so I'm through with love. I've locked my heart. I'll keep my feelings there. I've stocked my heart with icy frigid air. And I need to care for no one. And that's why I'm through with love. Why did you lead me to think you could care? You didn't need me, for you had your share of slaves around you to hold you and swear of deep emotion, devotion to you. Goodbye to spring and all it meant to me. It could never bring the thing that used to be. For I must have you or no one. And so I'm through with love. Well, Fudd Livingston wrote this song, and it was recorded in the 1930s for Mr. Bing Crosby. The song was recorded again in the 1950s by Miss Marilyn Monroe in Some Like It Hot. And I'm so glad that Bubber reintroduced that song to us so we can sing it today. So thank you, Bubber. Why did you lead me to think you could care? You didn't need me, for you had your share of slaves around you to hold you and swear of deep emotion, devotion to you. Goodbye to spring and all it meant to me. It could never bring the thing that used to be. For I must have you or no one. And so I'm through with love. That's why I'm through with Thank you. Thank you. Well, another song that we might sing at one of these singing soirees at Bubber's house is a beautiful collection of songs by another Charlestonian composer named Robert Cathcart. Yes, Robert Cathcart's family is in the house tonight. Wave your hands at us. I know we have Paul and we have Polly here, and we have William, so we are so grateful. I think we have Mimi too. Yes, there's Mimi. Thank you so much for coming, Cathcart family. The Cathcarts have really preserved the sheet music for this collection of songs that we like to sing. And Robert Cathcart, the father of Paul Cathcart over there, he collaborated on many tunes with Fudd Livingston, who wrote I'm Through with Love. And these guys, they were the real deal. They wrote incredible music that was published and performed and recorded. And this next segment, we're going to do 2 songs for you that are by Robert Cathcart. And he wrote a musical called Low Country, an original musical that was never produced. And the 2 selections we're going to do are from this original musical. Now, the first one I love so much. It is such a fun tune. It's called The Undertaker. And I have to set this up for you. Raise your hand if you've ever been invited to a party or an event of some kind, and then it dawned on you that you were invited to be the designated driver. Somebody, I bet you guys are designated drivers right now. Yes, okay. So if you will, you might be able to relate to this. In the play, Low Country, there's a fellow who is the undertaker, and he goes to a grand ball and has a marvelous time, and then by the end he realizes he's had a little too much to drink. Therefore, he needs some assistance in getting home. And this song is all about how are we going to get this undertaker home. Are you guys ready to do the undertaker? All right, here we go.
Along with the preacher man, there's another man who can usually carry himself with dignity. Not having a business call, he decided to pitch a ball and wound up an awful sight to see. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? Now make no mistake, it's no funeral wake, just a big clam bake. Who will take him home? He's cold and pallid, but not really dead. Had one too many, they went to his head. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? Old and pallid, but not really dead. Had one too many, they went to his head. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? Who's gonna take him home? Who will take that undertaker home?
Will you take him home? Oh my gosh, I just love that song so much. This is the first time I got to perform it with a band, so thank you guys. Very fun, The Undertaker. Well, Lacey is going to join me for the next one. This song was a collaboration between Robert Cathcart and Fudd Livingston, who wrote I'm Through with Love. And this is the final song in the original musical Low Country. It's a gorgeous tune called Springtime in Charleston, and we're going to perform that for you right now. Keep that music alive. We have these beautiful handwritten pieces of sheet music, and it's really something to look at this music, and to get to perform it is such an honor. That song was published in 1947, and I think you're going to go home humming it. We will definitely bring that song back. So beautiful.
Well, when Gracie and I moved to Charleston 6 years ago, we were visiting the various historic churches, and they're just absolutely beautiful. That's where we get the beautiful skyline of steeples that we have, and where we get the name, the Holy City. Well, in one of those churches, across from the Dock Street Theater, is the old historic Huguenot church. And I got a call from my aunt, and she said, make sure you go to the Huguenot church when you're in Charleston. So we visited, and I was looking around, and I started seeing familiar names up on the walls. And I have to confess, I hadn't done a lot of my family history, but I went home, got out this old family tree that dated back to the 1690s, and sure enough, Solomon Legree, the Huguenot, who I saw on the wall of the church, was one of the founding members, and he was also our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, who dressed up in a costume as a fruit seller to escape religious persecution in France in the 1690s, and he was able to make it here, and he was from a family of goldsmiths in France and settled in Charleston, and very involved in many of the local churches here. So we thought it would be neat to share a little bit of our Huguenot family history. So his great-great-grandson, Thomas Legree, one of our other grandfathers, has a very charming love story. And if you've ever been down to the Battery in Charleston, there's a garden known as White Point. And the song that we're going to sing for you is an original song, and it takes place in White Point Garden. And Gracie's going to give you a little bit of history of how that song came about.
Yes, so Thomas Legree also carried his Huguenot faith with him, and he took his faith very seriously. So seriously that when he dated the beautiful Eliza Basnet, who lived in Charleston, he became conflicted because she was always dressing up and going to these fine parties and dancing and taking dancing lessons.
She was very worldly.
By his standards, he thought she was very worldly. And so he was struggling one day as he walked through White Point Garden. And then somehow he heard her voice come out from the crowd, and he had a moment where he realized he could not live without that woman. So he ran and found Eliza Basnet and proposed to her, and they were married. And very interestingly, she did not become a Huguenot right off the bat. She wanted to be her authentic self, which she was. And anyway, later on in life, Thomas Legree became a Revolutionary War hero, and he ended up as a prisoner on a prison ship out in Charleston Harbor. Well, Eliza Basnet would go out with her sons and row out to the prison ship with provisions for him every fortnight, and was very dedicated to him in the good times and the bad. And we're going to take a moment and sing this song. We're going to give our band a little break. Don't have too much fun. But we're going to do a couple originals here. This is the White Point Garden song that Lacey wrote, and it's all about the romance of Thomas Legree and Eliza Basnet. I'm going to hold the ukulele.
I was going to stand up, but my sequins are so slippery that I'm going to drop the ukulele. We'll give this a try. Here we go. Okay, in your mind, go down to White Point Garden.
The night was young and so were we, the garden white and lined with trees. I prayed to heaven you would be the one for me. I heard your voice above the crowd. My heart it sang, I think it sang out loud. I prayed to heaven you would be the one for me. I tried to stay away, but love like it does, it always finds a way. I fell for the one who makes me laugh. I fell for you, hand in hand at last I fell for you. On that perfect night in White Point Garden, I fell for you. Your life was so bright and gay, I fell for you right away. I prayed to heaven you would be the one for me. You've danced and lived a life so fine, how could it compare to mine? I prayed to heaven you would be the one for me. I tried to stay away, but love like it does, it always finds a way. I fell for you, for the one who makes me laugh. I fell for you, hand in hand at last I fell for you. On that perfect night in White Point Garden, I fell for you.
Thomas Legree, Eliza Basnet love story. So later on, it's interesting. George Whitefield, the minister, came and visited Charleston, and he preached many sermons. And it's been said that Eliza Basnet actually skipped her dancing lessons a few times to go and hear this preacher preach at the Circular Church.
At the Circular Church, and our grandfather was close friends with George Whitefield, and so Eliza thought, well, I'll take the day off of dance lessons, I'll go hear George Whitefield. And she was so struck by a sermon that he preached on his last day in Charleston that she went home and she thought, I think I'm kind of interested in your religion, Thomas. And so pretty soon she came to find her way to our grandfather's faith, and it was said that she struggled with her health a lot, but after she found just that hope and peace, that she's remembered in many writings for just the peace that she had even through the end of her life. So it was a fun story to uncover moving to Charleston. Now, this little section, these are going to be some other original songs that are about different landmarks in Charleston. Now, I'm curious, how many of you live in Charleston? Okay. How many of you are visiting? Welcome.
Welcome.
All right, so those of you who live here, the pressure is on because we're going to make you guess what this song is about. And then for those of you that are visitors, before you leave town, you're going to want to go see all of these things that we're singing about.
Okay, so we're gonna switcheroo. How do you like the white guitar? Isn't that nice? So Lacey selected it because she thought it would go with all of her costumes.
That's a very technical decision.
Yes. Okay, so they have to guess what this is, right? They do. Okay, and it's changed locations a couple of times, so that's pretty much your only hint. Okay, here we go.
All right, listen closely.
I was lost and hope looked down, old and weathered on new ground.
You should be thinking right here.
You gave me hope and dried my tears with brilliant colors, calm.
Brilliant colors.
It's
a big hint.
You gave me new life, you gave me fame. The whole island knows my name. Tell your story, tell it to me. I'll proudly wear it for all to see. Brave the storm, ride the wave. Don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain. Find solid ground in a hurricane. La la la, la 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 la. La la la, la 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 la. I long to be here with you, beside the sweet grass and morning dew. The wind has changed, I'll drift away, but my memory will always stay. Brave the storm, ride the wave. Don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain. Find solid ground in a hurricane. Brave the storm, ride the wave. Don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain. Find solid ground in a hurricane. La la la, la 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 la. La la la, la 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 la. Brave the storm, ride the wave. Don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain. Find solid ground in a hurricane.
All right, who knows it? Okay, does this table know it?
Oh my gosh,
You're super
you're
close.
so close.
The first word is folly. The folly
Folly
boat.
boat, yes.
The folly boat. So for those of you who are visitors, and those of you joining us on live stream, the Folly boat is on Folly Road heading down to Folly Beach, and it got swept along upside the road during Hurricane Hugo. And ever since, the locals have painted it with artwork and murals and happy birthday messages. Any special thing that's going on, somebody's out there painting the boat. Well, then we had another hurricane, and it took away our Folly boat, and it crashed it into somebody's dock. But thanks to the Barrel Restaurant, they were able to move the boat and put it back on Folly Road. So if you go and have lunch or dinner at the Barrel, you can thank them for saving our Folly boat. And you can paint the Folly boat. And someone might paint over it by the next day, but it's still fun.
So I think we need Joe's help right now because the time has come to sanitize the piano so that I can play it. So Joe, oh perfect.
Oh, would you sanitize the piano?
Sanitize.
Oh, dude, it's such a flourish.
Ooh, that was actually entertaining.
I'm gonna miss the pandemic.
Wow.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and we're not done.
Oh wow, we've got a mop. The works.
All right, we've got the works.
The works.
And I think these are like special UV ray lights that are like
Oh,
killing
they
the-
are?
No, but
Oh, okay.
wouldn't that be cool? All right.
Splendid. Oh, wow.
Oh.
I got more.
Only the finest sanitation at Forte Jazz Lounge. We want to make sure you all feel safe.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe.
All right, let's give Joe round of applause to our sanitized piano. Thank you very much. All right, well, this one's a little harder. I started you off with an easy one, and this is one of the more unusual landmarks in Charleston. And the locals, you're gonna get this, but it might take a minute. Ready?
Yes.
Round and round I go. At least I can say that I always know where I'm going. Round and round I go. Hurricanes or even snow, I know where I'm going. Do you know where you're going? I do. Let me point you in the right direction. Let me show you where to turn. When it comes to turns, I am the master. Always here, never out to pasture. Oh, so baby, drive on by. Turn your head up to the sky. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. So baby, drive on by. 17 Savannah Highway. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. You gotta milk this life for all it's worth. It's your only life on earth, and it's better than it has to be. Better than it has to be. Better than it has to be. Better than it has to. Better than it has to. Better than it has to be.
Anybody getting close? Okay, we're gonna get closer on this next part.
I can see in all directions, never dizzy Avondale. One little thing that I would like to mention: if you ever find my tail, please bring it back to me. Before you drive on by, turn your head up to the sky. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. So baby, drive on by. 17 Savannah Highway. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. You gotta milk this life for all it's worth. It's your only life on earth, and it's better than it has to be. Because it's better than it has to be. Better than it has to be. Better. It's better than it has to be. I wear many hats, that's what I do. I don my magic capes, it's all for you.
That's the magic cape.
Here's the big hint.
Ooh.
All right, who knows it? You know it? The spinning cow? You're right. So on 17 Savannah Highway in West Ashley, in the little Avondale neighborhood, there is a vintage sign for the Coburg Dairy, and it has a cow named Bessie, and she spins on this sign. And many a young person has been dared to ride the cow, and many a young person has been arrested for daring to ride the cow. But the cow wears different costumes and different hats and little capes throughout the years, and many times its tail has gone missing. And so they've repaired that tail over and over, and even though the Coburg cow is sometimes not spinning, she actually goes into hibernation when there's a hurricane coming. A big crane will come and protect her. So you have to go see the Coburg cow, get your picture taken by the sign, and maybe get some Coburg milk while you're there.
All right, well, we're going to bring back the bass player and the drummer for this next one. So your break has ended. I hope you had a grand time. All right, this is another Lacey original, and I think you're gonna know about this one. This is about the Morris Island Lighthouse. So we like to call it Ode to the Morris Island Lighthouse, written by Lacey.
You only miss it when it's gone.
Morris Island Lighthouse. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we have a special treat for you. We're going to welcome another guest out to the stage. Miss Ann Caldwell is a legend in Charleston. Let's give her a round of applause. She probably needs a bigger introduction. Miss Ann Caldwell. Here she is. Ann says that she does not need us to give a big braggy introduction, but I'm not going to listen. Ann was one of the first musicians that Gracie and I met when we came to Charleston, and she was very encouraging to us and inspiring to us. And she is one that keeps some of our wonderful Gullah Geechee heritage alive. And she brought this stick here, not to hurt anyone, hopefully, but she's going to use that in her show, and she'll explain the significance of that. So take it away, Ann.
Thank you. It also lets me get across the street when buses wait for me while I carry this stick. Welcome, Yana, to South Carolina, the place where the Civil War began and eventually will end. The music of my ancestors is called the spirituals. So glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I am so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. Now, the language of the ancestors is called Gullah. It is an English-based Creole language. It's a combination of the English language and African-based expressions. Now, to give you some idea, for those of y'all ain't from young, I'm going to tell you a story about two deer hunters. One deer hunter is from the north. He is a northern deer hunter. He is what we call a kumya. The other deer hunter is a southern deer hunter. He is from the south. He is what we call a binya. Now, apparently these two gentlemen had gotten together to do some deer hunting. Now, deer hunting, as I understand it, goes like this. You spread out a blanket of corn cobs, and two or more fully grown people hide in something not much bigger than a Barbie dollhouse. And with guns in hand, they wait for the deer to come to the corn, and then they shoot the deer. They call that deer hunting. Now, apparently the deer hadn't been coming like the northerner thought they should come. So he's getting quite impatient. So he looks to his southern deer hunting companion for some guidance. He says, "My dear sir, there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we going to have to wait for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the southerner replies, "That's right." So the northerner waits a little while longer. Still no deer had come to the corn. Again, he looks to his southern deer hunting companion for some information. "My dear sir, there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we going to have to wait for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the southerner replied, "That's right." So he waits a little while longer. Still no deer had come to the corn. By this time, he is really out of sorts. So he looks again to his southern deer hunting companion for a little bit more guidance. "My dear man," he says, "there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we going to have to continue waiting for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the southerner replied, "That's right." Northerner said, "I don't understand. Why do we have to wait here? Like, why don't we just pack up and go somewhere else? Just find another spot to do this in. Tell me why we can't do that." So the southerner is going to tell him why they're not going to do that. And I quote, "The day, that the day ain't day. But the day, that the day ain't day." Northerner says, "What?" So he repeats it. "The day, that the day ain't day. But the day, that the day ain't day." Northerner says, "You speak English, don't you?" Southerner says, "That's right." He said, "Well, tell me what you just said in English." So the southerner tells him, "The day that the deer is there, that's the day they're not there. But the day that they are there, that's the day the deer is not there." Northerner says, "Oh, I think I got it. Let me know if I'm correct, my dear man. The day, that the day, but the day, that the day ain't day." Southerner says, "My dear man, that's right." So glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I am so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. Thank you for your undivided attention. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann Caldwell. She is such a treasure. This is a song that was said to be one of Harriet Tubman's favorite songs. And if you remember in history, Harriet Tubman led the Underground Railroad, helping enslaved African Americans escape to freedom. So this is a song, we're gonna get the band back for this one. It's called Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. And legend has it that the lyrics of this song are actually a code for the Underground Railroad.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Well, I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. There's a band of golden angels coming out to me. They're coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Well, I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. It was a band of golden angels coming out to me, just coming for to carry me home. I said, swing low, bring down that chariot, carry me home, take me home. I said, swing low, oh, that sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I said, sweet, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I said, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Coming for to carry me home. Oh, it's coming for to carry me home.
Swing low, sweet chariot. Let's give it up for the band,
Yes.
the Forte Jazz Trio.
Yes, thank you so much. We are going to take a brief intermission, but we will be back. So we'll be back with an act 2. Do you have any final words for them before we break?
Just hang out and we'll be right back.
All right.
All right. guys are great. You're so great. Well, welcome back to Act 2 of our Charleston 350 celebration. We really want to thank the people who made this show possible. This is an official Charleston 350 commemoration partnership event, so thank you to the folks who are putting together commemorations all over the city this year. The Billy Rose Foundation, they have partnered with Gracie and Lacey before, as well as the Mount Pleasant Community Arts Center. And you might say, Mount Pleasant doesn't have an arts center. And you are correct. Mount Pleasant is planning to have an arts center in the near future. And so in the meantime, their board has worked tirelessly to put on artistic shows around town, and they've partnered with us this evening. So thank you to all of our lovely partners. And we're gonna pretend that you're just arriving in Charleston and you're turning on the radio, and this is what you would hear when you wake up. Here we go.
Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
If you know this one, sing along.
Nothing could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet him in the morning. See those morning glories twine around my door. They're whispering pretty stories I love to hear once more. Strolling bright and early when the dew is pearly, early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up to kiss each little buttercup at dawning. Well, if I had Aladdin's lamp for only a day, I'd make a wish and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet him in the morning. See those morning glories twining around my door. They're whispering pretty stories I long to hear once more. Strolling light and early when the dew is pearly, early in the morning. Butterflies will flutter up to kiss each little buttercup at dawning. Well, if I had Aladdin's lamp for only a day, I'd make a wish and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we got a little punchy when we were putting this show together. And we feel like these days you have to find humor wherever possible, right? That's why we bring Joe along. Or Joe brings the jokes along.
There are several historic bandstands around Charleston, and during the golden age of jazz, various famous jazz musicians, such as those you see up on the famous mural over here, Duke Ellington,
Count Basie,
Louis Armstrong, these guys in person would be performing in these bandstands. They'd be performing in these historic venues downtown, and they would be bringing you songs like the one that you're going to hear. So I want you to pretend, imagine the pandemic away, and you're walking down beautiful Charleston, and all you see,
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them grow for me and you, and I think
go away. Oh my gosh, we had so many different verses. We had to leave like 4 verses at home. We were getting really silly.
If you see any masks around town that look like our costumes, when the pandemic first started, the VA hospital called and said, we don't have enough masks and all the materials are gone. So guess where the fabric and some of the materials came from? So if you see some really shimmery veterans around town, they are wearing Gracie and Lacey masks.
Well, like Lacey said, so many of the greats came to perform in Charleston, and even Louis Armstrong himself did. So what an amazing thing to think about that, and we're still singing his music today. Well, if you were to turn back the clock, we are celebrating the centennial also right now. We've got another amazing thing to celebrate, the centennial of the Roaring '20s. And Lacey kind of titled this new decade as...
This is the boring 20s.
The
100
boring
years later.
20s. Wow, we're really cooking, aren't we? Well, here we are in the boring 20s, and this is just interesting if you just think back about the cool, jazz age that was becoming all the rage, and the dance moves of the Charleston and whatnot, and the fashions were different. We had so many different things happening, and here we are today with our boring 20s. But if you were to turn on the radio way back then, you would hear, of course, George Gershwin. You would hear Irving Berlin. And you would, of course, hear Cole Porter. So I've borrowed one of Cole Porter's tunes, and I'm gonna do it upright the first time, and then the second time I think I'm gonna do a little Charleston twist. So here's You're the Top.
You're the top, you're the Coliseum, you're the top, you're the Louvre Museum, you're a melody from a symphony orchestra, you're a Bendel bonnet, a Shakespeare sonnet, you're Mickey Mouse, you're the night. You're the Tower of Pisa, you're the smile on the Mona Lisa. I'm a worthless check, a total wreck, a flop. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. You're the top of St. Michael's steeple. You're the top. You're my favorite people. You're the purple light of a night on Folly Beach. A Spoleto star, the DAR, a John's Island beach. You're so fine, like a sheep crab salad. You're the line of the Gershwin ballad. I'm an oyster host without a host of love. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. Yes, but if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. You're the top, yes. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top.
Did you all hear that last line? I spit it out kind of fast. I'm an oyster roast without a host
She's
of flop.
really proud of that line. Let's give her a round of applause for that line.
We have to admit, we still have not gotten the hang of this oyster thing. We can't do it.
In the Midwest, all we had were hot dog cookouts. We weren't used to these
Yeah.
oysters. And people dress up really nice, and then they go and they dig in their hands to the slimy, gross oysters, and I guess some of you like it.
We're gonna get the hang of it.
Well, I want to give a shout out to our musicians. We have Josh on the drums, doing a fantastic job. And we have Fisher on the upright bass. And of course, the fabulous Joe Clarke. And I have to say, I would have introduced Josh and Fisher, but I lost the place where I wrote down which one of you is which. And so I've been delaying the entire show. And what usually happens here at Forte is Joe gives us two players named Paul and Paul, so that we don't have to remember new names.
It's just North Paul and South Paul.
Yes, we have North Paul and South Paul, so thanks for challenging us tonight, challenging our brains. But Josh and Fisher, aren't they fantastic? Great job. Did a great job. Well, Joe, could you give me a little underscore as I tell Spack's story of the Gracie and Lacey show? Oh, that'll do it. That's about the underscore of our life. So, actually, this is the 25th anniversary of Gracie and I singing together as a sister act. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, it's so funny. We started singing together when we were little girls. We hung a bed sheet across our garage door, and we would cast these shows with our neighbors, and we would call these shows Broadway on the Driveway. And people would start coming to Broadway on the Driveway shows every summer, and pretty soon the audience started to grow, and the cast started to grow, and the news media showed up, and they were out on the driveway, and then one day the police showed up out on the driveway. Uh-oh. And they wanted to know who was disturbing the peace. And so my sister and I explained, it's Broadway on the driveway. And he said, what? We said, it's Broadway on the driveway. You can stay and have a free show. So they were very sweet, but they told us, girls, it's time to move Broadway off the driveway. We're causing some traffic jams in the neighborhood, and it really was time. We had several hundred people tromping through our house, telling us, you're completely out of toilet paper. So we thought, well, we'll move Broadway off the driveway. And for 18 seasons, we ran Broadway on the Driveway in various performing arts centers across St. Louis. And during that time, we also toured a sister act known as Gracie and Lacey. And we thought it's pretty funny that 25 years later, we've come full circle performing in our house again, as for the last 6 months, all of our shows have been streamed from our living room. If you were to visit our house, we have a curtain like this one in our living room with lights and sound, and occasionally a poodle that walks by. The poodle Brick likes to crash the live streams, but from the driveway to the living room, we've really come full circle. But thank you so much, those of you who are joining us on live stream. Feel free to say hello, tell us where you're watching from. Those of you who are our live studio audience, thank you for donning your favorite mask and coming out and joining us tonight. But that's a little bit of our history. That story is being written into a children's book and being illustrated right now, and will soon be available for publishing. So we're excited to have that book, Broadway on the Driveway, coming soon. Thank you. Thank you. Well, back to the show.
Yeah, this is kind of the story of our lives.
It really is the story of our lives, and you might recognize our outfits. A friend of ours designed these, Rebecca, and I think you'll understand why we're wearing them.
Yes, I think we don't need to say any more.
Sisters, sisters, there were never such devoted sisters. Never had to have a chaperone, no sir. I'm here to keep my eye on her. Caring, sharing, every little thing that we are wearing. When a
I really have to say, it is such an honor to be here at the Forte Jazz Lounge here on King. There is no other place like this in Charleston, and when we moved here, we were saying, wouldn't it be really neat if there was a place like Feinstein's 54 Below, and wouldn't you know, Joe, he went to Feinstein's with us and came back and made this marvelous place, and he runs the club with his beautiful wife, Rosie.
Give Rosie a round of applause.
And these musicians that are up here on the stage are truly the cream of the crop. They play all over the place, and we're lucky that we get them for the show tonight. Joe himself has been a music consultant for different movies that have come to town and filmed. He was a music consultant for The Notebook, and he also has his own big band, which is very popular, and I hope that you all come and see the big band once we're able to do that here again. But this is such a great place to invite people that are visiting Charleston.
And several concerts coming up. The club is open every weekend and 2 shows per night. And so we're excited that there's some things to do in Charleston. For a long time, our calendar section of the newspaper was empty, but Forte is back. So we're staying social distanced at lower capacity of seating so that everyone can be spaced. But if you know any lovers of jazz that haven't come to Forte, be sure to give them Forte Jazz Lounge's information, and they can come and enjoy a New York-style venue here in Charleston.
Yes, so now we're going to turn it over to Joe and the trio, spotlight them on some Gershwin tunes. We've got 2 tunes for us tonight. Fabulous. Take it away.
Take it away, guys.
All right, give it up for the ladies, Gracie and Lacey. Isn't that nice? They do such a wonderful job. I always enjoy playing when working with them and doing the songs for them. It's just a beautiful, beautiful, positive act, you know. And but here's a little taste of what you might hear if you were to come back and hear what the band does. So here we go. A little Gershwin, Our Love Is Here to Stay. It's very clear our love is here to stay. Not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancies, and in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay. But our love is here to stay. Take it, Fisher. Fisher Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. It's very clear our love is here to stay. Not for a year, Fisher Wilson on the bass, ladies and gentlemen. John Hoover on the drums. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter. Make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet. They're gonna knock me off my feet. A bunch of kisses on the bottom. I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna sign and say I hope you're feeling better. And close in love the way that you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter, yeah. I make believe it came from you. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you.
Joe Clarke and the Forte Jazz Lounge Trio.
Thank you all. That was beautiful.
Amazing.
Well, gosh, to follow that,
Yes.
to follow
I
that,
know.
Joe, I hate to mention this. You're going to have to sanitize the piano again.
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 This is
Man.
turning into a big job because we have another show at 9.
Yep.
Yeah. This is gonna, oh boy.
Oh, gosh. Oh, while he's sanitizing the piano, this is a song as I was driving over the connector from James Island to downtown, I saw the sun setting over downtown Charleston. That really makes my story better, Joe. Thanks.
What? Oh. I'm so embarrassed right now. I am so sorry. Go ahead.
All right, we ready? Okay, he's really gone now. All right. So driving over, seeing the sunset through the steeples, and I thought, you know, that would make a song. And I felt that Charleston needed an anthem. And so this is the Charleston anthem that we premiered last year in Piccolo Spoleto. This year Piccolo Spoleto was on hold, so we'll definitely bring it back again. But that's a big music festival here in South Carolina. So Gracie, take it away.
May you always return where the sun sets through the steeples, where the night lanterns glow as you walk that rainbow road.
Well, welcome to all of our visitors, and thank you to all of our locals for coming out and being part of the live music scene this evening.
We have one final song of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring Ann Caldwell back to the stage.
Ann Caldwell.
Ann
Let's
Caldwell,
bring Ann back
the
out.
one and only.
This is a song that is so special, and we're so grateful to get to sing this with Ann tonight. The song Amazing Grace was written by a man who had been involved in the slave trade, and when he felt conviction to repent of his involvement in that, he wrote this song. And when we went through such a difficult time a few years ago with the Emmanuel AME shooting, this song brought a lot of comfort, and even our president, Barack Obama, when he came to pay tribute to those families that lost loved ones, he sang this song, and the whole town just joined in singing with him. And so I just hope that this song is the one that you leave thinking tonight, and Ann's gonna sing this with us, and we'd love for all of you to sing it with us. This is Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that has saved a wretch like me.
welcome to Forte Jazz Lounge. Thank you to all of you joining us on live stream. Thank you to those who braved the night with your masks on to join us at Forte. And we are going to start the show with a song in tribute to our city. Charleston. We can't let you go home tonight without knowing how to dance the Charleston. So you would take your right foot and step forward, and then you would kick with your left foot, and then step back and do a nice little touch. But you have to have a real classy look on your face, so you would go like this: step, touch, step, touch, and the cooler face, the better. And it makes it look like it's harder. And then if you graduate up to the next one, ladies who have taken ballet, you might recognize fifth position. We're gonna go out on our toes and switch our feet, and it will look like this. And that is how you dance the Charleston. Gracie, why don't you show them a step?
Yes, and when you get tired, you do this.
That's my favorite step right there. The getting tired step. Well, thank you again for celebrating our city. We want to give a special shout out to Charleston 350 Commemoration. They have been working tirelessly to get most of their events live streamed. It was a big shift for them. So thank you to that organization for partnering with us tonight, as well as the Mount Pleasant Community Arts Center. And you might be thinking, well, there isn't a community arts center in Mount Pleasant, and that's right, because they have formed to one day build one in Mount Pleasant. But in the meantime, they have been big supporters of the arts all over our city and metro area. And we also want to give a shout out to the Billy Rose Foundation. They keep music like this alive, so they were so excited to hear about the show and the music that we would be bringing this evening. So thank you to them.
Well, once again, we are Gracie and Lacey. I'm Gracie, and this is my sister Lacey, and we can't tell you how thrilled we are to be back in the saddle, so to speak, to be here at Forte Jazz Lounge in Charleston with the amazing Joe Clarke on the keys, also the club owner, and the Forte Jazz Lounge Trio. So they are a fantastic band of musicians tonight. We're so glad to have them. The Charleston that we just sang for you was a number that was written by James P. Johnson, and back in 1924, it was featured in a Broadway musical called Runnin' Wild, which was all the rage back in 1924. And the song itself and the dance movements, the fast-paced, hot jazz craze of the day, that was really inspired by the rhythm of the Charleston dock workers, as well as the rhythm and Geechee dance style of the Jenkins Orphanage Band.
Now, the Jenkins Orphanage Band, they are responsible for many of the jazz stylings that we're familiar with today, and it was started by Reverend Daniel Jenkins. He was enslaved from birth, and orphaned after the Civil War. And when he grew up, he decided that he wanted to make everyone's life better that he could. So he started the Jenkins Orphanage. And in order to fund the orphanage, he got some cast-off old uniforms from the Citadel that they didn't need anymore, and he got some instruments donated and formed a band. And that band would travel all over town and all over the country and soon all over the world, bringing jazz, Charleston-style jazz, to people and introducing them to the Charleston dance and that style. So if we reversed the clock back to those days, they'd probably be outside playing and people would be dancing, and that Jenkins Orphanage was just up King Street from where we are tonight. So you're sitting in a place of great musical heritage in the Low Country.
Well, many of those performers from the Jenkins Orphanage Band went on to play with so many greats, such as Count Basie,
Dizzy Gillespie.
yes, and the Duke Ellington Orchestra. And one member of the Jenkins Orphanage Band, by the name of Cat Anderson, he went on to play with Duke Ellington, and he truly became part of the integral sound and the integrity of Duke Ellington's arrangements. And he recorded many songs with him, and one of the songs that he did was It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. And Cat Anderson could play the trumpet like you wouldn't believe and had such an amazing sound. We're gonna do It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing, and we've Gracie and Lacey-ified it just a little bit.
Let's kick it off with some bass here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. It don't mean a thing. All you gotta do is sing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. Take it. You and the king of a rhythm swinging hat. I got a song I gotta sing whether you are ready or not. It don't mean
Sing
a
it,
crazy
sister.
thing if it ain't got that crazy swing. Do I do I do I do I do do I do I do I. It makes no difference if it's sweet or hot. Just give that rhythm every single thing you've got. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Hidey, hidey, high, holy, holy, ho, hidey, 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 high. Give me a one, give me a two, do what the Dorsey brothers do. Get that Miller over here and get that Inga there too. If it's all the same to you, I'll keep swinging in the mood. Do I do I do I do I do? No, it don't mean a thing. Do I do I do I do I do? No, if it ain't got that swing. Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, the Jenkins Orphanage Band, they got pretty famous, and they played for royalty, they played for all sorts of grand events. They played on Broadway for a Broadway show known as Porgy, and that show later was turned into an opera when George Gershwin, the famous composer, came and stayed in Charleston out on Folly Beach, and he looked out at all of the sights and the sounds, and he wrote this song.
Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton little baby, don't you cry, don't you cry.
Play it, Joe.
One of those mornings, you're gonna rise up singing, ooh, and you'll spread your wings, and you'll take to the sky. Until that morning, there ain't no one behind you. With Mama and Daddy standing by. So hush, little baby, don't you cry.
George Gershwin, beautiful song from Porgy and Bess. Well, thank you. We're going to bring Gracie back. This is a really special segment that pays tribute to some local songwriters from Charleston. One of the songwriters you're about to learn about is related to Charleston's mayor, and our mayor is a jazz musician himself and descended of some jazz musicians. So Gracie's going to share something from the vault of his music.
Yes. So our mayor, John Tecklenburg, he is actually related to the great Fudd Livingston, who was born in Charleston, South Carolina, and grew up to be a very famous composer back during the big band era. And he is the great uncle of our mayor, John Tecklenburg. So Fudd Livingston, he performed with many of the greats, including the fabulous Dorsey brothers. And we are going to sing a song for you now that we perform often at a special sing-along that my sister and I go to on the peninsula. And I have to give you a little backstory. We moved to Charleston from St. Louis, Missouri 6 years ago. And we got an invitation to go to a singing soiree on the peninsula. And we came, and there were several people gathered around a grand piano, and they all had songbooks. And we began to sing for about 3 or 4 hours, songs ranging from the 1500s to the 1970s. And it was a very rollicking time. We had a grand time. And the gentleman that hosts this party, his name is Bubber Cockrell. And he was at our 7 o'clock show. Well, one of his favorite things to do is to say, "Name your poison." And then everybody around the piano starts to argue about which song we should choose. And this song we're going to sing now is a song that we often pick. It's called "I'm Through with Love," and it's written by Fudd Livingston.
I'm through with love. I'll never fall again. Said adieu to love. Don't ever call again, for I must have you. No one. And so I'm through with love. I've locked my heart. I'll keep my did you lead me to think you could care? You didn't need me, for you had your share of slaves around you to hound you and swear of deep emotion, devotion to you. Goodbye to spring and all it meant to me. It could never bring the thing that used to be. For I must have you or no one. And so I'm through with love. Well, Charlestonian Fudd Livingston, he had that song written and it was recorded by Bing Crosby back in the 1930s. And then it was recorded again in the 1950s by Miss Marilyn Monroe in the movie Some Like It Hot. Why did you lead me to think you could care? You didn't need me, for you had your share of slaves around you to hound you and swear of deep emotion, devotion to you. Goodbye to spring and all it meant to me. It could never bring the thing that used to be. For I must have you or no one. That's why I'm through with love. That's why I'm through with love. Thank you. Well, we had a family here in our first performance this evening, the Cathcart family. And it was very special because the next song that we're going to sing was written by one of their family members. So we had Paul and Polly Cathcart here with extended family. We had Mimi Cathcart, and then we had William. And we were excited because we decided to sing a song that Paul's father, Robert, wrote. And this song is called The Undertaker Song. Robert Cathcart, he was born here in Charleston, and he collaborated with Fudd Livingston, who wrote I'm Through with Love. And he was an incredible songwriter and musician from his day back in the golden era, and he wrote an original musical called The Low Country. And we've decided to sing two selections from this musical that has never been produced. So, The Undertaker, this is the first one, and I have to set this up. Has anybody here ever been invited to an event or a party and you realized that you were invited to be the designated driver? Has that happened to anyone? Yes? Well, I love it when it happens to me and I realize why I'm invited to something. But anyhow, if that's ever happened to you, perhaps you can relate to this song. In the play, there's a character, the Undertaker, and he goes to a grand ball and he has a great time, but then he has a little bit too much to drink. Therefore, he needs some assistance in getting home, and that is what this song is all about. Who is going to take the Undertaker home?
Let's strike up that band. Here we go. Along with the preacher man, there's another man who can usually carry himself with dignity. Not having a business call, he decided to pitch a ball and wound up an awful sight to see. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? Now make no mistake, it's no funeral wake, just a quick pandemic. Who will take him home? He's cold and pallid, but not really dead. Had one too many, they went to his head. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? He's cold and pallid, but he's not really dead. Had one too many, they went to his head. Oh, for heaven's sake, who will undertake to take that undertaker home? Who's gonna take him home? Who will take that undertaker home? Will you take him home? Oh my gosh, I love that. That song was published in 1947, and at our house we have a handwritten piece of sheet music for that song. Now it's time to do a collaboration between Robert Cathcart and Fudd Livingston. This is the finale, the final number in their never-produced musical Low Country, and it's called Springtime in Charleston. When the dahlias are in bloom and the air is filled with sweet perfume, it's springtime in Charleston. When the balmy ocean breeze rustles gently through magnolia trees, it's springtime in Charleston. Silhouettes of lovers strolling round High Battery, as church bells echo softly on to sea. When your heart wakes up in tune to the magic of a southern moon, it's springtime in Charleston. It's springtime in Charleston. Robert Cathcart and Fudd Livingston from the Low Country. Thank you.
Well, Gracie and I, if you can tell by our accent, we are not from Charleston originally. We were born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri, and about 6 years ago we moved to Charleston, and because it's called the Holy City, we started visiting all of the churches in the Holy City, and one of the churches that we went to was the Huguenot Church, and we walked in, and I looked at the walls, and I saw some familiar names. Sure enough, went back home, pulled out the family tree from 1690, and those were our ancestors from France that came to Charleston, and apparently our great-great-great-great-grandfather liked to dress up in costumes as well, because legend has it that he disguised himself as a fruit seller to escape religious persecution in France and fled to Charleston, where he helped found a couple of the churches in town, such as the Huguenot Church and the Circular Church. And so fast forward a couple of generations to his grandson, Thomas Legree, also one of our grandfathers, and there's a beautiful love story that happened here in Charleston, and I'm gonna get my ukulele and tell you about that love story.
So as she's getting her ukulele, we'll give the band a little break. Don't have too much fun back there, but give them a little break. And this love story is very special because it took place not very far from where we are right now in White Point Garden. Has anybody been to White Point Garden?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, Thomas Legree, he fell in love with the beautiful Eliza Basnet, and he was in a quandary because he adopted the faith of his Huguenot grandfather, Solomon Legree. And Eliza Basnet had a very wild lifestyle compared to his own. She would go out to parties and dress up all the time and go to dancing lessons. And Thomas Legree thought that that was just a little too worldly for him, so he did not know what to do. And one day he was walking around in White Point Garden, and he was he was in a real quandary over this. And he heard Eliza's voice out from the crowd, and he realized he could not live without that woman. So he went and he found her, and in White Point Garden, he proposed, and they were married. So if you fast forward a little bit more in this story, Thomas Legree became a Revolutionary War hero, and he also ended up a prisoner of war on a battleship, a prison ship out in Charleston Harbor. And Eliza would row out to him every fortnight with provisions, and they were together during the good times and the bad. And this is a song all about their love story.
All right, in your mind, go to White Point Garden.
The night was young and so were we, the garden white and lined with trees. I prayed to heaven you would be the one for me. I heard your voice above the ground, my heart it sang, I think it sang out loud. I prayed to heaven you would be the one, you'd be the one for me. I tried to stay away, I tried to stay away, but love like it does, it always finds a way. I fell for the one who makes me laugh, I fell for you. Hand in hand at last I fell for you. On that perfect night in White Point Garden, I fell for you. Your life was so bright and gay, I fell for you right away. I prayed to heaven you would be the one, you'd be the one for me. You've danced and lived a life so fine, how could it compare to mine? I prayed to heaven you would be the one, you'd be the one for me. Please don't ever change for me, 'cause love like it does, it always sets you free. I fell for the one who makes me laugh, I fell for you. Hand in hand at last I fell for you. On that perfect night in White Point Garden, I fell for you.
White Point
Oh,
Garden.
well, we had a special thing happen just now.
What happened just now? Here, I'll take that from you if
Well,
you need me to.
For the first show, I had this nice black stool here on the stage, and I don't know if you've ever played a ukulele in a sequin dress, but it is slippery. So that story of our ancestors, well, as it turned out, our great-grandmother Eliza did eventually actually come to the Huguenot faith. She was inspired by a George Whitefield sermon that she heard at the Huguenot church, and later was said to just have been remembered as a very peaceful person. And we probably have some things in common with her because she was known for going to her dancing school here in Charleston, and she skipped her dancing school one week to hear George Whitefield preach, so she enjoyed that.
How about that? Well, Joe, I think it's about time for you to come out and do your thing. I'm gonna go play this piano, and we're trying to observe all of the special rules right now and regulations about sanitizing things. Oh, thank you, Joe.
Gotta play it safe.
Oh my gosh, everything's a real big
Going above and
production
beyond
with
here.
you. All right. Thank you. Very,
Thank
very,
you.
very, very
Thank you.
helpful. All right.
All right, all sanitized and ready to go. How many of you are from Charleston? Do we have any locals here? All right, we got some locals here. How many of you are visiting Charleston? All right, all right. Well, welcome to Charleston. Okay, I have something for you to guess. This song is written about a local icon, and this is something that was affected by a hurricane. So that's your hint, and I want to see if you can figure out what it is, all right?
And I just realized I'm not playing the piano yet. So
Hey,
it's
Joe
nice
got
and
all
clean
that trouble?
for
All
the
right,
next number.
nice and clean. All right, get ready to guess.
I've seen my share of wars, even felt the earth shake. Though I'm on shifting sand, I'll stand my ground for your sake. That's why I keep to myself. I mind my own business, shining my light out in the distance. All night shining my light on the ocean. Won't you send my light back in motion? Just shining my light on the horizon. Moonlight, starlight when the sun is rising. I've seen my share of storms, weathered life's erosion. Though I'm on shifting sand, I'll mark the shore you've chosen. That's why I keep to myself. I mind my own business, shining my light out in the distance. All night shining my light on the ocean. Won't you send my light back in motion? Just shining my light on the horizon. Moonlight, starlight when the sun is rising. Ba 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 da do ba 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 do ah, ba 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 da do ba ba da ba do ah, ba ba da do ba 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 do ah, ba 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 da do ba ba da ba do ah. I'm always here for you, shining through the night. I know a thing or two about la 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 light. The light at night, you only miss it when it's gone.
Can you guess? Who knows what that song's about? The lighthouse.
Yes,
yes. Morris Island Lighthouse. Very good. Very good. Well, we have another one. This one, that was just to get you started. Gracie, now you may use the piano.
I was actually supposed to play the piano for that, and then we were going to bring the band.
All right.
But I don't have music for that one.
Okay.
But you do it.
Okay.
You
We're
got the
making it
guitar.
harder for you guys. We're going to make it even harder. So you did good with the lighthouse. You have to really, really be a local to guess this one. Are you ready?
Round and round and round I go. At least I can say that I always know where I'm going. Round and round and round I go. Hurricanes or even snow, I know where I'm going. Do you know? Let me point you in the right direction. Let me show you where to turn. When it comes to turns, I am the master. Always here, never out to pasture. Oh, so baby, drive, drive, drive on by. Turn your head up to the sky. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. So baby, drive, drive, drive on by. 17 Savannah Highway. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. You gotta milk this life for all it's worth. It's your only life on earth, and it's better than it has to be. Because it's better than it has to be. Better than it has to be. Better than it has to, better than it has to, better than it has to be.
You guys have it yet?
I can see in all directions. I'm never dizzy Avondale. One little thing that I would like to mention: if you ever find my tail,
That was a big hint.
please bring it back to me. Before you drive, drive, drive on by, turn your head up to the sky. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. So baby, drive, drive, drive on by. 17 Savannah Highway. It must be a sign. It must be a sign. You gotta milk this life for all it's worth. It's your only life on earth, and it's better than it has to be. Because it's better than it has to be. Better than it has to be. Better, 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 better. It's better than it has to be. I wear many hats, that's what I do. I don my magic capes, it's all for you.
Here's the final hint.
Who
can tell me
that
what
icon.
landmark that is? Oh, I think some people know. That is the very good, the Coburg Cow.
Yes, the Coburg Cow.
On Savannah Highway, many people have been dared to climb up and get on that Coburg Cow sign. It's a big giant cow that spins around, and many people have gotten arrested for riding the Coburg Cow. And one of the sad things is that many times Bessie, that's her name, many times Bessie's tail has gone missing. So that is very tragic when that happens. Charleston takes very good care of the cow. If you live here, you know that if they take Bessie the cow off of her spinning sign, that means you should evacuate for a hurricane. If they leave Bessie the cow on her sign, you think, oh, we'll probably stay here and weather it out. So that's just a local weather icon for us as well.
Well, we have one more for them to guess. Yes, the one on the way to the beach. All right.
Okay,
I didn't want to spoil it and give
Since
it
you all
away.
did so well with that one, last guess, and I think you're gonna get this one. This has to do with a hurricane.
I was lost and hope looked down, old and weathered on new ground. You gave me hope and dried my tears with brilliant colors, calmed my fears.
Brilliant colors.
You gave me new life, you gave me fame. The whole island knows my name. Tell your story, tell it to me. I'll proudly wear it for all to see. Brave the storm, ride the wave. Don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain. Find solid ground in a hurricane. to be here with you, beside the sweet grass and morning dew. The tide has changed, I'll drift away, but my memory will always stay. Brave the storm, ride the wave, don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain, find solid ground in a hurricane. Oh, brave the storm, ride the wave, don't know your love till you drift away. Fight the wind, feel the rain, find solid ground in a hurricane. Did you guess which one that was?
It's, oh no. Okay, it was swept away by a hurricane. That's a big hint.
It's got brilliant colors on
Brilliant
it.
colors. And an even bigger hint, people paint this.
Yes, you got it. Ding,
Folly
ding, ding.
boat. The Folly boat was swept away by Hurricane Hugo. It landed on the side of Folly Road. People have painted murals and messages on the boat. Gracie and I went and painted the boat recently. We didn't do the whole thing because it's big. And then another hurricane came through, swept it away. It crashed into someone's dock. And then thanks to our friends at the Barrel on Folly Road, they brought it back and people can paint it again. So while you're in Charleston, go to the craft store, get some paints, and put your signature on the Folly boat.
Well, we're excited now to bring a special guest to the stage. This is our dear friend, Ann Caldwell, and she asked us not to give a big bragging introduction to her, but I really don't want to listen to that. Let's bring Ann Caldwell onto the stage. She is an amazing performer, historian, and Charleston legend. She has so much history in her mind. We invited her over for dinner one time, and we were chatting, and I felt like we got... Thank you. We got this live performance right there in our dining room, and she just knows so much about Gullah Geechee history and its rich roots here in Charleston, and we're going to turn it over to her right now.
Well, I want to welcome all of you to Charleston, South Carolina, if you've never lived here before. The place where the Civil War began, and eventually it will end. The music of the ancestors is called the spirituals. There's a lot of rhythm involved in it, as you can tell. I'm not nervous, I'm just making rhythm. So glad I'm young. So glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I am so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I am so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. So glad I'm young in Jesus' name. Now, the language of the ancestors is called Gullah. It is an English-based Creole language. It's a combination of the English language and African-based expressions. Now, to give you some idea of what that sounds like, I will tell you a story about two deer hunters. One of the deer hunters is from the north. He is a northern deer hunter. He is what we call a kumya. The other gentleman is a southern deer hunter. He is from the south. He is what we call a binya. Now, deer hunting, as I understand it, goes like this. You spread out a blanket of corn cobs, and then you wait, then two or more fully grown men hide in something not much bigger than a Barbie dollhouse. With gun in hand, they wait for the deer to come to the corn. And when the deer comes to the corn, bang, they shoot him. And they call that deer hunting. Now, apparently the deer hadn't been coming like the northerner wanted them to come. And he noticed that the southern deer hunter was cool with that. It didn't seem to bother him at all. So, he questions his southern deer hunting companion. He says, "My dear sir, the deer are not coming to the corn. Are we going to have to wait for the deer to come to the corn? Well, to which the southerner replied, "That's right." So the northerner waits a little while longer before he asks him again, because the deer hadn't been coming to the corn. So he says to the southerner, "My dear sir, the deer is not coming to the corn. Are we going to have to wait for the deer to come to the corn?" To which the southerner replies, "That's right." So he waits a little while longer. Still, no deer had come to this corn. Again, he looks to his southern deer hunting companion for some guidance. "Dear sir, there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we still going to have to wait for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the southerner again replies, "That's right." He said, "I don't understand. We've been out here for a long time and no deer has come to this corn. Why don't we just go to another spot? Explain to me why we can't do that." So the southerner explains to the northerner why they're not going to do that. And I quote, "The day, that the day. But the day, that the day. Northerner looks at him and says, "Come again." So he repeats it. "The day, that the day. But the day, that the day. Northerner looks at the southerner and says, "You speak English, don't you?" Southerner said, "That's right." He said, "Well, tell me in English what you just said." So the southerner tells him in English what he just said. "The day that the deer is there, that's the day they are not there. But the day that they are there, that's the day the deer is not there." Northerner said, "Oh, I get it. Tell me if I'm correct, my dear man. The day, that the day. But the day, that the day. Southerner looks at him and says, "My dear man, that's right." So glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I am so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young, so glad I'm young in Jesus' name. I'll be back.
Ann Caldwell, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you, Ann. I love that. I love it when she performs with the stick. That's my favorite. Well, we are going to move on to a spiritual, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. We're going to bring the band back up for this as we close out Act 1. This song, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, is very popular spiritual of the South. It is said to have been a favorite of Harriet Tubman and used as a code for the Underground Railroad as the enslaved escaped to freedom. And we're going to sing that for you now, and you are welcome to sing with us.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low,
brief intermission, and we'll be right back with Act 2 of the Charleston 350 Show. Thank you so much for joining us in person and on our live stream. We are delighted you are with us tonight. We'll be right back.
Charleston 350 show. We're so glad you're here. Hello to our friends on the live stream. So glad you're joining us as well. We are Gracie and Lacey with the Clarke Trio, and delighted to be celebrating our city's 350th birthday. We have a song that if you wake up in the morning in Charleston, this is what you would sing in the morning. If you know this song, sing along with us.
Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
These guys know it.
Nothing could be sweeter than my sweetie when
Carolinians. How many Carolinians do we have? Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, welcome. How many visitors? All right. Welcome to Charleston.
Okay.
A visitor
Right over here.
All right. Well, welcome. Welcome.
Well, we have a song for you that we had a little bit of fun putting together. This is actually a tribute to Louis Armstrong, and a lot of those great performers from the big band era came through Charleston and performed at a lot of the clubs and venues here in town.
So if you look at the grand mural,
Yes.
see these faces? These are the legends of jazz, and when they were just getting started, many of them were playing downtown Charleston, and one of those very famous fellows, Mr. Louis Armstrong, made this song famous. So I want you to imagine a world without a pandemic, and you're walking down the streets of Charleston, and here's what you say. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them grow for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Get ready. I see masks of blue and masks of white. I see them every day. I see them every night. And I think to myself, am I wearing it right? All the colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. They are not shaking hands, they're at home just like you. A social distance point of view. I hear babies cry. I watch them play. I hear Fauci say, stay 6 feet away. And I think to myself, another pandemic day. And I think to myself, when will it go away? Goodbye, coronavirus.
Yes, goodbye coronavirus.
Goodbye, coronavirus.
That's right. Oh my gosh, you guys are so fun. I love that. You guys get the humor. Sometimes we'll do something funny and people think that they're gonna hurt our feelings if they laugh. So
You're welcome to
you
laugh
guys
at us
don't have that
anytime.
problem.
Anytime. You may also laugh at Joe anytime. Or
Anytime.
the band anytime.
Well, if you were to turn the radio on 100 years ago, you'd hear a very different variety of songs playing than the songs we would hear today on the radio. Right now, we are celebrating another milestone. This is the centennial of the Roaring Twenties, and Lacey has given this decade a new name.
We're gonna call this the boring 20s, okay? So we have to make the boring 20s less boring with shows like Charleston 350 celebrations.
Right,
Yes.
right. So if you were to turn on the radio 100 years ago, you might hear songs by some incredible performers and songwriters and recording artists, but you would hear music of Irving Berlin. You would hear the music of George Gershwin, and you would also hear the music of Cole Porter. And I'm going to sing a Cole Porter tune for you now. This is You're the Top, and I'm going to do it right the first time, just for old Cole Porter. And then the second time, I'm going to do a little Charleston twist, okay? All right, here we go.
You're the top, you're the Coliseum, you're the top, you're the Louvre Museum, you're a melody, a symphony, my stars, you're a Bendel sonnet, a Shakespeare sonnet, you're Mickey Mouse, you're the Nile, you're the Tower of Pisa, you're the smile on the Mona Lisa. I'm a worthless check, a total wreck of love. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. You're the top of St. Michael's steeple. You're the top. You're my favorite people. You're the purple light of a night on Folly Beach. The Spoleto Star, the DAR, a John Silent Peach. You're so fine, like a chic crown ballet. You're the line of the Gershwin ballet. I'm an oyster roast without a host of love. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. But if baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. Baby I'm the bottom, you're the top. Thank you.
All right, well, 25 years ago, Gracie and I started singing, and we started singing in a very unusual place. We got the sheets off of our beds, and we hung them across the garage door, and we called ourselves Broadway on the Driveway. And Broadway on the Driveway we'd put on shows, musicals in our driveway every summer, and we'd invite the neighbors to come and bring their lawn chairs and watch the shows. Well, every year, Broadway on the Driveway got a little bit bigger and more people would come, until a few years in, hundreds of people were sitting out in the front yard watching the shows, and the news crews came and the police came. Yes, very, very scary. But we were little girls to have the police come to our show. But they said, girls, this is getting out of control. You're gonna have to move Broadway off the driveway, which was very good because we had hundreds of strangers going through our house at intermission telling us, did you know you're out of toilet paper? So it was definitely time to move off the driveway. So Broadway on the Driveway moved to several performing arts centers throughout the city of St. Louis over a span of 18 years. And during that time, my sister and I started performing as a sister act all over the country. And so, believe it or not, during this pandemic, we have continued performing from our living room via live stream. You all are our first live audience in Charleston since the pandemic began. So, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. So just, oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Well, thank you for being here, being part of the reopening of Forte. We're so excited to be performing 25 years later, not on our driveway. We've been performing in our living room. So we've literally come full circle, live streaming from the living room. We've got curtains set up and lights in the house. But now it's time to get back out and perform at Forte. So we're glad to be here. And that's a little bit of our story.
Yes.
Broadway in the Driveway is becoming a children's book, and it'll be published very soon, so we're excited about that. We'll keep you all posted at gracieandlacey.com.
Well, we're going to move on to an Irving Berlin tune called Sisters, which kind of happens to be the story of our lives. Do we have sisters in the
I'm
house?
kind of wondering if we actually have some sisters in the house.
I think that we might. Yes?
All right,
All right.
sisters, good.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Well, this song is for all the sisters.
Here we go. Oh, brothers too. There we go.
Sisters, sisters, there were never such devoted sisters. Never had to have a chaperone, no sir. I'm here to keep my eye on her. Caring, sharing, every little thing that we are bearing. When a certain gentleman arrived from Rome, she wore the dress and I stayed home. All kinds of weather, we stick together, the same in the rain or sun. Two different faces, but in tight places, we think and we act as one. Those who seen us know that not a thing can come between us. Many men have tried to split us up, but no one can. Nobody can. Lord help the mister who comes between me and my sister. And Lord help the sister who comes between me and my head. All kinds of weather, we stick together, the same in the rain or sun. Two different faces, but in tight places, we think and we act as one. Those who've seen us know that not a thing can come between us. Many men have tried to split us up, but no one can. Nobody can. Lord help the mister who comes between me and my sister. And Lord help the sister who comes between me and my dad. Until the sister, another sister who never does a try to go away. My dear, we go together like bacon and eggs. Sisters, rain or shine.
Thank you. Got a lot of
you so
sisters
much.
in the house. All right.
Yes, we sure do.
All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor to be able to perform here at the Forte Jazz Lounge on King Street. There is nothing like it in Charleston. It is really a treasure, and we're so blessed to be here tonight. We want to introduce once again this fabulous band. We have the club owner, Joe Clarke, here. Yes. Joe Clarke runs Forte Jazz Lounge with his beautiful wife, Rosie, back there. So we're so glad that she's here. We have Josh on the drums, Josh Hoover, ladies and gentlemen. And we have Fisher Williams. Wilson! Wilson! Is that your name? Oh, good. That's his name. Fisher Wilson on the bass, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, they are the cream of the crop as far as musicians go in Charleston, and we are so glad that Forte Jazz Lounge is here. It's such a great spot to invite people to come when they come to visit Charleston. So you guys perform how many nights a week?
Wednesday through Saturday.
Wednesday through Saturday. This is the place to come, for sure. Well, we're going to turn it over to Joe. We always like doing this. Joe he is in charge of the Joe Clarke Big Band, and I can't wait till we're able to come and see the big band again. He has been a music consultant for movies that have been filmed here in Charleston. He is such a treasure of a musician to have. We're going to turn it over to Joe Clarke and the Forte Jazz Lounge Trio for a couple of numbers.
Give it up for the band.
Let's give it up.
Thank you very much. Give it up for Gracie and Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Give it up. Give it up. Come on. All right. All right. Calm down. All right. You're in total control. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a little Gershwin tune for you. It's very clear our love is here to stay. Not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancies, and in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay. But our love is here to stay. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may stumble, they're only made of clay. But our love is here. Our love is here. Our love is here to stay. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you for being here at Forte Jazz Lounge. We're just gonna do one more tune and then Gracie and Lacey gonna come back. So you all stick around, please. I'm gonna sit right down, write myself a letter, and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A bunch of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. Gonna smile and say, oh, you're feeling better. Fisher Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, give him a hand. Josh Hoover on the drums. Hey! I'm gonna sit right down, write myself a letter, and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off of my feet. A bunch of kisses on the bottom. I'll be glad I got 'em. Smile and say I hope you're feeling better. And close with love the way that you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter, yeah, yeah. Make believe it came from you. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter, and make believe it came from you.
Joe Clarke and the Forte Jazz Lounge Trio.
Yay.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Amazing,
So
you
good. I
guys.
love it when they play. All right, well, Joe, we hate to do this to you again, but it's time to sanitize the piano.
All right, let's give him a nice little drum roll for sanitizing the piano. Oh gosh.
Oh, wow.
Only the finest precautions here at Forte.
Okay.
Okay. Is that really all you're going to do? Okay. I'm sure these UV lights will kill off any potential germs. Well, driving over the bridge into Charleston one day, the melody to this song came to mind, and this is called the Charleston Anthem in honor of Charleston's birthday. I hope you enjoy.
May you always return where the sun sets through the steeples, where the night lanterns glow as you walk that rainbow road. Spiral gates adorn the gardens, watching over window flowers. Church bells toll the hours in our home. Sweet home, in our home. Sweet home. May you always
the Charleston anthem, just for this special year. Well, we're going to bring Joe back out.
Yes.
Don't
and-
get too comfortable.
And it's time to bring Ann Caldwell back
Let's
out.
bring Ann Caldwell back to the stage. Everyone's getting really comfortable on those couches back there. Here we go.
All right.
Welcome back, Ann.
So we are going to sing a song for you, and after we sing it, I need to let you know the band is going to keep on playing. So you guys enjoy the rest of this evening. It's going to be so wonderful. But we wanted to sing a song with Ann. This is in tribute to the Charleston 350 show. It is Amazing Grace, and there's a little bit of history behind this song.
This song was written by a man who, as soon as he realized and was convicted of his participation in the slave trade, he felt so moved to write this song, Amazing Grace. And it's a song that's carried Charleston through a lot of difficult times. It's carrying us through the pandemic right now. It carried us through the Emmanuel AME tragedy a few years ago. And our president came to town and even sang this song to comfort our city. So I just hope you join with us. This is our final Gracie and Lacey piece, but once again, you can stay and enjoy the music till 11:30 tonight with the band. So we're Gracie and Lacey and Caldwell. This is Amazing Grace. All right.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
All right, wasn't that amazing? Grace? See what I did there? All right, cool. So, what are you looking at?
Witchcraft?
Huh?
Witchcraft?
Okay.
Oh, that's just what's on.
Hi. Hi. Does anybody know who that was? Yeah, that's dangerous. Don't do that. Okay? Is she going somewhere to? Okay, because there's like a. Oh, yeah, go to the list. Start at the top. Days of Wine and Roses. You found it? Okay. All right, folks, we're going to keep it going until 11:30 because I love you so much. We usually close around 11, so if you're just really, really quiet, I don't think anybody's going to bother us. Okay, you can be loud. The days of wine and roses have run away, just like a child at play, through the meadowland toward a closing door, a door marked nevermore that wasn't there before. How lonely the night discloses, just a passing breeze filled with memories of the golden smile that introduced me to the days of wine and roses and you. Thank you, Fisher. Fisher, Wilson, give him a hand. Josh Hoover. The days of wine and roses, life and run away, just like a child at play, through the meadowland toward a closing everybody okay? What happened? I heard a crash. I hope you're okay. Thank you. It was very graceful. Okay, all right. Well, did gravity have a profound effect on your body at that moment?
I think so.
Apparently. Okay, all right.
Maybe something else too.
Keep going until you get to all of me. Trying to keep it, All right, here we go. I hope she's not driving. I hope she's not walking. I hope she's laying down really soon. Yeah, she found the quickest path to the ground. Okay, here we go. Last 8, right? All of me, why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my lips, I wanna lose them. Take my arms, I'll never use them. Your goodbye and I'll be chauffeur down to Acapulco Bay. It is perfect for flying honeymoon, they say. Come on, fly with me. Come on, fly with me. Hey, come on, fly with me. Let's fly away. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you guys are here, because this would be really awkward if I was playing all by myself. You know? So. Is it an earthquake or simply a shock? Is it a good turtle soup or is it merely the mock? Is it a cocktail, this feeling of joy? Or is what I feel for real, McCoy? Is it for all time or simply a lie? Is it Granada I see or only Asbury Park? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is it at long last love? Is it an earthquake or simply a shock? Is it the good turtle soup or is it merely the mock? Is it a cocktail, this feeling of joy? Or is what I feel the real McCoy? Is it for all time or simply a lark? Is it Granada I see or only Asbury Park? Is it a fancy not worth thinking of? Or is that at long last love? Or is that at long last love? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for my beautiful, gorgeous wife behind the bar, Rosie. That's right. She's around here somewhere. There she is. All right. Nah, she's amazing. Here's a little Bobby Darin for you. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands, and what Thank you so much, folks. Hey, I just wanted to give you a little time check. It's about 11:15 right now. We're gonna close the doors at 11:30 tonight. So thank you once again for coming in and watching the show. And think about Gracie and Lacey and what a great job they did. Give them a big hand, folks. That's right. What? All right, folks. We're gonna do a little Ellington for you, if I can remember all the words. I think I got it. Do nothing till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why people tear the seam of anyone's dream is over my head. Do nothing till you hear from me. At least consider our romance. If you should take the words of others you heard, I haven't a chance. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me. Yeah, and you never will. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. Yeah. Pennies from heaven. Panties, what? What'd you say? I misunderstood. Okay. A flat. Every time it rains, pennies from heaven. Don't you know each cloud contains lots of pennies from heaven? You'll find your fortune spouting all over the town. Be sure that your umbrella shining flowers. If you want things you love, you got to have showers. So when you hear it thunder, don't run under a tree. There'll be patties from heaven for you and me. Yeah. I don't. Do you know it, Luck Billy?
I mean, I can read.
I don't know if I have it.
Okay.
It might.
I can check iReal.
Yeah, it might be in there. Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, a lot of. I might be able to pull it together. It's kind of weird. It's just like one chord. It's if it pops up. Okay.
I don't think it's in iReal.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. See if it's in. Do a song search. Go. Do that, and do another song. Just lock. Just press it. Lock. Press your lock. Yeah, there it is. There it is. You're in luck. Great. Lady. Yes. All right. Okay, it's kind of weird. So here goes.
Nope. It switched on me.
Did you find it?
Yeah, but it went to a different song.
What?
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
No, it switched again.
What?
Luckenbach, Texas? Never heard of her.
Luckenbach? Are you trying to turn pages?
Yeah, I know.
Stay. We're having a little glitchiness over here.
Yeah.
You're putting eye marks on my iPad?
It's like popcorn grease.
That's what it is. It might be glitching out like that, like there's some residue in there or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've never been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you for the request. I really appreciate that. Fisher Wilson on the bass. Josh Hoover on the drums. My name is Joe Clarke. Thank you so much for coming out. And we'll see you on the flip side Wednesday through Saturday, 7 to whenever.